Oh my gosh. I've been going for almost an hour, bro. You're a godsend. Thank you for coming in and yeah, saying that. So all that audio is gone. Oh wow, that's sad. Hey man, I'm glad I'm on Instagram too. Really, bro, thank you for that. Or girl, I'm not sure which. I can't really tell from the screen. Can you guys hear me again? Am I back? I am back. Sorry. My Bible was on my laptop and it hit the mute button. My bad, my bad. Thanks for being here though and letting me know. I really appreciate that. Blessings. The company of prophets said to Elisha, "Look, the place where we are to meet you is too small for us." Let's go! Thank you, Mr. Astronaut Man or Mrs. Astronaut Woman. I appreciate you. The company of prophets said to Elisha, "Look, the place where we go meet with you is too small. Let us go to the Jordan, where each of us can get a pole, and let us build a place there for us to live." And he said, "Go." Then one of them said, "Won't you please come with your servants?" "I will." And Elisha replied. He went with them. Then they went to Jordan and began to cut down trees. As one of them was cutting down a tree, an iron axe head fell into the water. "Oh, my Lord," he cried out. "It was borrowed." The man of God asked, "Where did it fall?" When he showed him the place, Elisha cut a stick, threw it there, and made the iron float. "Lift it out," he said. And then the man reached out his hand and took it. Now the king of Aram was at war with Israel. After conferring with his officers, he said, "I will set up my camp in such and such a place." The man of God sent word to the king of Israel, "Beware of the passing of this place, because the Arameans are going down there." So the king of Israel checked up on the place and indicated by the man of God time and again, Elisha warned the king so that he was on guard in such places. This enraged the king of Aram. He summoned his officer and demanded of them, "Will you not tell me which of us is on the side of the king of Israel?" "None of us, my lord the king," said one of the officers. But Elisha the prophet, who is in Israel, tells the king of Israel the very words you speak in your bedroom. "Go find out where he is," the king ordered, "so I can send men and capture him." The report came back, "He is in Dothan." Then he sent horses and chariots and a strong force there. They went by night and surrounded the city. When the servant of the man of God got up and went out early the next morning, and the army of horses and chariots had surrounded the city, "Oh, my lord, what shall we do?" The servant asked. "Do not be afraid," the prophet answered. "Those who are with us are more than those who are with them." Elisha prayed, "Oh, Lord, open his eyes so he may see." Then the Lord opened the servant's eyes, and he looked and saw the hills full of horses and chariots and fire all around Elisha. As the enemy came down toward him, Elisha prayed to the Lord, "Strike these people with blindness." So he struck them with blindness. Elisha had asked. Elisha told them, "This is not the road, and this is not the city. Follow me, and I will lead you to the man you are looking for." And he led them to Samaria. After they entered the city, Elisha said, "The Lord, open the eyes of these men so that they can see." The Lord opened their eyes, and they looked, and there they were in Samaria. When the king of Israel saw them, he asked Elisha, "Shall I kill them, my father? Shall I kill them?" "Do not kill them," he answered. Would you kill men you have captured with your own sword and bow?" "Set food and water before them so that they may eat and drink and then go back to their master." So he prepared a great feast for them, and after they had finished eating and drinking, he sent them away. He returned and they returned to their masters. So the bands of Aram stopped raiding Israel's territory. Sometime later, Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, mobilized his entire army and marched up and laid siege to Samaria. There was a great famine in the city, and the siege lasted so long that a donkey's head sold for 80 shekels of silver and a quarter of a cab of seed pods for 5 shekels. As the king of Israel was passing by the wall, a woman cried, "Help me, my lord the king." The king replied, "If the Lord does not help you, where can I help you? From the threshing floor? From the winepress?" Then he asked her, "What is the matter?" She answered, "The woman said to me, 'Give me your son so that we may eat him today, and tomorrow we'll eat my son.' So we cooked my son and ate him. The next day I said to her, 'Give up your son so that we may eat him.' But she had hidden him." When the king heard the woman's word, he tore his robes and he went along the wall. The people looked, and there underneath he had a sackcloth on his body. He said, "May God deal with me, be it ever so severely, if the head of Elisha, son of Shaphat, remains on his shoulder today." Now Elisha was sitting in his house, and the elders were sitting with him. The king sent a messenger ahead, but he arrived But before he arrived, Elisha said to the elders, "Don't you see how this murderer is sending someone to cut off my head? Look, when the messenger comes, shut the door and hold it against them. Hold it shut against them. Is not the sound of his master's footsteps behind him?" While he was still talking, the messenger came down to him, and the king said, "This disaster is from the Lord. Why should I wait for the Lord any longer?" Elisha said, "Hear the word of the Lord, that what the Lord says about this time tomorrow, a seah of flour will sell for a seah shekel, and 2 seahs of barley for a shekel at the gate of Samaria." The officer on whose arm the king was leaning said to the man of God, "Look, even if the king should open the floodgates of heaven, could this happen? You will see it with your own eyes," answered Elisha, "but you will not eat any of it." Now there was 4 men with leprosy at the entrance of the city gate. They said to each other, "Why stay here until we die? If we say we'll go into the city, the famine is there and we'll die. And if we stay here, we will die. So let's go over to the camp of the Arameans and surrender. If they spare us, we live. If they kill us, then we die." At dusk they got up. At dusk they got up and went to the camp of the Arameans. When they reached the edge of the camp, not a man was there, for the Lord had caused the Arameans to hear the sounds of chariots and horses and a great army, so that they said to one another, "Look, the king of Israel has hired the Hittite and Egyptian kings to attack us." So they got up and fled at dusk and abandoned their tents and their horses and donkeys. They left the camp as it was and ran for their lives. The men who had leprosy reached the edge of the camp and entered one of the tents. They ate and drank and carried away the silver and gold and clothes and went off and hid them. They returned and entered the other tent and took some things from it and hid them also. Then they said to each other, "We're not doing right. This is a day of good news, and we're keeping it to ourselves. If we wait until daylight, punishment will overtake us. Let us go at once and report this to the royal palace." The king got up in the night and said to his officers, "I will tell you what the Arameans have done to us. They know we are starving, so they have left camp to hide in the countryside, thinking they will surely come out, and they will take them alive to get into the city." One of his officers answers, "Here, some men take some 5 horses that are left in the city. Their plight will be like that of the Israelites left here. Yes, they will only be like all the Israelites who are doomed. So let us send them out to find out what happened." So they selected 2 chariots with their horses, and the king sent them after the Aramean army. He commanded the drivers, "Go and find out what has happened." He followed them as far as the Jordan and found the whole company and rode strong with clothing and equipment the Arameans had thrown away in their headlong flight. So the messengers returned and reported to the king. Then the people went out and plundered the camp of the Arameans. So a seah of flour sold for a shekel, and 2 seahs of barley sold for a shekel, as the Lord had said. Now the king had put the officer whose arm he leaned on in charge of the gate, and the people trampled him in the gateway, and he died, just as the man of God had foretold. And the king came down of his house. It happened as the man of God had said to the king, "About this time tomorrow, a seah of flour will sell for a shekel, and 2 seahs of barley will sell for a shekel at the gate of Samaria." The officer said to the man of God, "Look, even the Lord should open the floodgates of heaven. Could this happen?" The man of God replied, "You will see it with your own eyes, but you will not eat any of it." This is exactly what happened to him, for the people trampled him in the gateway, and he died. Now Elisha had said to the woman whose son he had restored to life, "Go away with your family and stay for a while wherever you can, because the Lord had decreed a famine in the land that will last 7 years." The woman proceeded to do as the man of God said. She and her family went away and stayed in the land of the Philistines 7 years. And at the end of 7 years, she came back to the land of the Philistines and went to the king to beg her for her house and land. The king was talking to Gehazi, the servant of the man of God, and had said, "Tell me about all the great things Elijah had done." Just as Gehazi was telling the king how Elisha had restored the dead to life, the woman whose son Elisha had brought back to life came to beg the king in her house and the land. King for her house and land. Gehazi said, "This is the woman, my lord, the king, and this is her son whom Elijah restored to life." The king asked the woman about it, and she told him. Then he assigned an official to her case and said to him, "Give back everything that belonged to her, including all the income from her land from the day she left the country until now." Elisha went to Damascus, and Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, was ill. When the king was told, "The man of God has come all the way up here," he has said to Hazael, "Take a gift with you and go and meet the man of God. Consult the Lord through him and ask him, 'Will I recover from this illness?'" Hazael went to meet Elisha, taking him as a gift 40 camel loads of all the finest wares of Damascus. He went in and stood beside him and said, "Your son Ben-Hadad, king of Ram, has sent me to ask, 'Will I recover from this illness?'" Elisha answered, "Go and say to him, 'You will certainly recover, but the Lord has revealed to me that he will in fact die.'" He stared at him with a fixed gaze until Hazael felt ashamed. "Why is my Lord weeping?" asked Hazael. "Because I know the harm you will do to the Israelites." He answered, "You will set fires to the fortified places, kill their young men with the sword, and dash their little children to the ground and rip open their pregnant women." Hazael said, "How could your servant, a mere dog, accomplish such a feat? The Lord has shown me that you will become king of Aram," answered Elisha. Then Hazael left Elisha and returned to his master. When Ben-Hadad asked, "What did Elisha say to you?" Hazael replied, "He told me that you will certainly recover." But the next day he took a thick cloth, soaked it in water, and spread it over the king's face so that he died. Then Hazael succeeded him as king. Crazy. In the 5th year of Jeroboam, son of Ahab, king of Israel, when Jehoshaphat was king of Judah, Jeroboam said to Jehoshaphat, "Begin his reign as king of Judah." He was 32 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 8 years. He walked in the ways of the kings of Israel and the house of Ahab done. He married the daughter of Ahab. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord. Nevertheless, for the sake of his servant David, the Lord was not willing to destroy Judah. He promised to maintain a lamp for David and his descendants forever. In the time of Jehoram, Edom rebelled against Judah and set up his own king. So Jehoram went to Zaire with all his chariots. The Edomites surrounded him and his chariot commanders, but he rose up and broke through by night. His army, however, fled back home. To this day, Edom has been in rebellion against Judah. Libnah revolted at the same time. As for the other events of Jehoram's reign and all he did, are they not written in the book of the annals of the kings of Edom, of the kings of Judah? Jehoram rested with his father and was buried with them in the city of David, and Ahaziah his son succeeded him as king in the 12th year of Joram, son of Ahab, king of Israel. Ahaziah, son of Jehoram, king of Judah, began to reign. Ahaziah was 22 years old. Oh, that's crazy. When he became king of Israel, he reigned in Jerusalem 1 year. His mother's name was Athaliah, and granddaughter of Omri, king of Israel. He walked in the ways of the house of Ahab and did evil in the eyes of the Lord, as the house of Ahab had done, for he was related by marriage to Ahab's family. Ahaziah went with Joram, son of Ahab, to war against Hazael, king of Aram, and Ramoth Gilead. The Amorites wounded Joram, so the king of Joram. So King Joram returned to Jezreel to recover from the wounds of the Arameans had afflicted on him in Ramoth in his battle with Hazael, king of Aram. Then Ahaziah, son of Jehoram, king of Judah, went down to Jezreel to see Joram, son of Ahab, because he had been wounded. The prophet Elisha summoned a man from the company of the prophets and said to him, "Tuck your cloak into your belt, take this flask of oils with you, and go to Ramoth Gilead. When you get there, look for Jehu, son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi. Go to him and get him away from his companions, and take him into the inner room. Take this flask of oil and pour the oil on his head, and declare, 'This is what the Lord said: I anoint you king over Israel.' The open door, then open the door and run. Don't delay." So the young man, the prophet, went to Ramoth Gilead, and he arrived, and he found the army officer sitting together. "I have a message for you, commander." He said, For which of us?" asked Jehu. "For your commander." "For you, commander," he replied. Jehu got up and went into the house. Then the prophet poured oil on Jehu's head and declared, "This is what the Lord said. The God of Israel says, I anoint you king over the Lord's people in Israel. You are to destroy the house of Ahab, your master, and I will avenge the blood of my servants the prophets, the blood of all of Lord's servants shed by Jezebel. The whole house of Ahab will perish, and I will cut off from Ahab every last male in Israel, slave or free. I will make the house of Ahab like one of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, like the house of Shah, son of Ahijah. As for Jezebel, dogs will devour her on the plotted ground of Jezreel, and no one will bury her. Then opened the door. Then he opened the door and ran. When Jehu went out, his fellow officers, one of them asked, "Is everything all right? Why did the madman come to you?" You know the man and the sort of things he says. Jehu replied, "That is not true. Tell us." Jehu said, "Tell us." "That is not true." They said, "Tell us." Jehu said, "Here's what he told me. This is what the Lord says: I anoint you king over Israel." They hurried and took their cloaks and spread them under him on the bare steps. Then they blew the trumpet and said, "Jehu is king." So Jehu, son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi, conspired against Joram. Now Joram and all of Israel had been defending Ramoth Gilead against Hazael, king of Aram, but King Joram had returned to Jezreel to recover from the wounds the Arameans had inflicted on him in his battle. Then Hazael, king of Aram, Jehu said, "If this is the way you feel, don't let anyone slip out of the city to go and tell the news of Jezreel." Then he got into his chariot and rode to Jezreel because Joram was resting there, and Azahiah, king of Judah, had gone down to see him. When the lookout standing on the tower in Jezreel saw Jehu troops approaching, he called out, "I see some troops coming. Get a horseman," Joram ordered. "Send him to meet them and ask, 'Do you come in peace?'" The horseman rode off to meet Jehu and said, "This is what the king says, 'Do you come in peace?'" "What do you have to do with peace?" Jehu replied, "Fall behind me." The lookout reported, "The messenger has reached them, but he is not coming back." So the king sent out a second horseman. When he came to them, he said, "This is what the king says, 'Do you come in peace?'" Jehu replied, "What do you have to do with peace? Fall behind me." The lookout reported, "He has reached them, but he isn't coming back either." The driving is like that of Jehu, son of Nimshi. He drives like a madman. "Hitch up my chariot," Joram ordered. And when it was hitched, Joram, king of Israel, and Ahaziah, king of Judah, rode out, each in his own chariot, to meet Jehu. They met him on the plot of ground that belonged to Naboth the Jezreelite. When Joram saw Jehu, he asked, "Have you come in peace, Jehu?" "How can there be peace?" he replied, "as long as all the idolatry and witchcraft of your mother Jezebel is around." Joram turned around and fled, calling to Azahiah, "Treachery, Azahiah!" Then Jehu drew his bow and shot Joram between the shoulders. The arrow pierced his heart, and he sunk on his chariot. Jehu said to Bidker, his chariot officer, "Pick him up and throw him on the field that belonged to Naboth the Jezreelite. Remember how you and I were riding together in the chariots behind Ahab his father when the Lord made his prophecy about him. Yesterday I saw the blood of Naboth and the blood of his sons, declares the Lord. I will surely make you pay for it on this plot of ground, declares the Lord. Now then, pick him up and throw him on the plot, in accordance with the word of the Lord." Then Ahaziah, king of Judah, saw what had happened. He fled up the road of Beth-Haggan. Jehu chased him, shouting, "Kill him too!" They wounded him in his chariot on the way up to Gur near Elbium, but he escaped to Megiddo and died there. His servants took him by chariot to Jerusalem and buried him with his father in his tomb of David. In the 11th year of Joram, son of Ahab, Ahaziah had become king of Judah. Then Jehu went to Jezreel. When Jezebel heard about it, she painted her eyes, arranged her hair, and looked out the window. As Jehu entered the gate, she asked, "Have you come in peace, Zimri, you murderer of my master?" He looked up the window and called out, "Who is by your side?" "Who?" 2 or 3 eunuchs looked down at him. "Throw her down," Jehu said. So they threw her down, and some of her blood spattered on the walls and the horses as they trampled her underfoot. Who is on my side? I see. My bad. Jehu went in and drank went in and ate and drank. Take care of that cursed woman, he said, and bury her, for she was a king's daughter. But when they went out to bury her, they found nothing except her skull, her feet, and her hands. They went back and told Jehu, who said, "This is the word of the Lord that he spoke through his servant Elijah the Tishbite on the plot of ground where Jezreel dogs will devour Jezebel's flesh. Jezebel's body will be like refuse on the ground and a plot of Jezreel, so that no one will be able to say, 'This is Jezebel.'" Now, there were in Samaria 70 sons of the house of Ahab. So Jehu wrote letters and sent them to Samaria, to the official of Jezreel, to the elders and the guardians of Ahab's children. He said, "As soon as this letter reaches you, since your master's sons are with you and you have chariots and horses, a fortified cities and weapon, choose the best and most worthy of your master's sons and set him on his father's throne. Then fight for your master's house." But they were terrified and said, "If two kings could not resist him, how can we?" So the palace administrator, the city governor, and the elders and the guardians sent this message to Jehu: "We are your servants, and we will do anything you say. We will not appoint anyone as king. You do whatever you think best." Then Jehu wrote them a second letter: "If you are on my side and will obey me, then take the heads of your master's sons and come to me in Jezreel by this time tomorrow." Now the royal princes, 70 of them, were with the leading men of the city, who were wearying them. When the letter arrived, these men took the princes and slaughtered them, all 70 of them. They put their heads in a basket and sent them to Jezreel. When the messenger arrived, he told Jehu, "They have brought the heads of the princes." Then Jehu ordered, "Put them in two piles at the entrance of the city gate until morning." The next morning Jehu went out. He stood before all the people and said, "You are innocent. It was I who conspired against your master, and I killed him. But who killed all these? Know then that not a word of the Lord has spoken against the house of Ahab will fail. The Lord has done what he has promised through his servant Elijah." So Jehu killed everyone in Jezreel who remained in the house of Ahab, as well as all his chief men, his close friends, and his priests, leaving him no survivor. Jehu then set out and went toward Samaria. At Beth Ekdak of the shepherds, he met some relatives of Ahaziah, king of Judah, and asked, "Who are you?" They said, "We are relatives of Ahaziah. We have come down to greet the families of the king and queen mother. Take them alive," he ordered. So they took them alive and slaughtered them by the well of Beth Eked, 42 men, and he left no survivor. After he left there, he came upon Jehonadab, son of Rechab, who was on his way to meet him. Jehu greeted him and said, "Are you in accord with me as I am with you?" "I am," Jehonadab answered. "If so," said Jehu, "give me your hand." So he did, and Jehu helped him up into the chariot. Jehu said, "Come with me and see my zeal for the Lord." Then he had him ride along in his chariot. When Jehu came to Samaria, he killed all who were left in Ahab's family. He destroyed them according to the word the Lord had spoken through Elijah. Then Jehu brought all the people together and said to him, "Ahab served the Baal a little. Jehu will serve him much." Then Jehu brought all the people together and said to them, "Ahab served Baal a little. Jehu would serve him much. Now summon all the prophets of Baal and all his ministers and all his priests. See that no one is missing, because I am going to hold a great sacrifice for Baal. Anyone who fails to come will no longer live." But Jehu was acting deceptively in order to destroy the ministers of Baal. Jehu said, "Call an assembly in honor of Baal." So they proclaimed it. Then he sent word throughout Israel, and all the ministers of Baal came. Not one stayed away. They crowded in the temple of Baal until it was full from one end to the other. And Jehu said to the keeper of the wardrobe, "Bring the robes from all the ministers of Baal." So he brought out robes for them. Then Jehu and Jehonadab, son of Rechab, went into the temples of Baal. Jehu said to the ministers of Baal, "Look around and see that no servants of the Lord are here with you, only ministers of Baal." So they went in to make sacrifices and burnt offerings. Now Jehu posted 80 men outside with this warning: If one of you lets any of the men I am placing in your hands escape, it will be your life or his life. As soon as Jehu had finished making the burnt offering, he ordered the guards and officers, "Go in and kill them, let no one escape." So they cut them down with the sword. The guards cut them down with the sword. The guards and officers threw the bodies out and then entered in the inner shrine of the temple of Baal. They brought the sacred stone out of the temple of Baal and burnt it. They demolished the sacred stone of Baal and tore down the temple of Baal, and the people have used it for a latrine to this day. So Jehu destroyed. That's actually kind of funny. So Jehu destroyed Baal in Israel. However, he did not turn away from the sins of Jeroboam son of Nebat, who had caused Israel to commit, which he had caused Israel to commit, the worship of the golden calves of Bethel and Dan. The Lord said to Jehu, because you have done well in accomplishing what is right in my eyes, and you have done to the house of Ahab all I had in mind to do, your descendants will sit on the throne of Israel to the fourth generation. Yet Jehu was not careful to keep the law of the Lord, the God of Israel, with all his heart. He did not turn away from the sins of Jeroboam, which he had caused Israel to commit. In those days, the Lord began to reduce the size of Israel. Hazael overpowered the Israelites throughout their territory east of the Jordan and all of the land of Gilead, that is the region of Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh, from Aurora to Enon Gorge through the Gilead. As for the other events of Jehu's reign, all he did and all his achievement, are they not written in the book of the annals of the king of Israel? Jehu rested with his fathers and was buried in Samaria. Then and Jehoahaz, his son, succeeded him as king. The time that Jehu reigned over Israel and Samaria was 28 years. When Athaliah, mother of Ahaziah, saw that her son was dead, she proceeded to destroy the whole royal family. But Jehoshaphat, the daughter of the king Jehoram and sister of Ahaziah, took Joash, son of Ahaziah, and stole him away from among the royal princes who were about to be murdered. She put him and his nurse. She put him and his nurse in the bedroom to hide from Athaliah, so he was not killed. He remained hidden with his nurse at the temple of the Lord for 6 years, while Athaliah ruled the land. In the 7th year of Jehoiada, sent for commanders of units of hundreds. The Karites, and the guards had brought to them at the temple of the Lord. He made a covenant with them and put them under an oath at the temple of the Lord. He showed them the king's son. He commanded them to say, "This is what you are to do. You who are in the 3 companies that are going on duty on the Sabbath. A third of you are guarding the royal palace, a third at the shore gate, a third at the gate behind the guard who takes turn guarding the temple. And you who are on the other side of the 2 companies that normally go off to Sabbath duty, all who guard the temple for the king. Station yourselves around the king, each man with his weapon in hand. Anyone who approaches your ranks must be put to death. Stay close to the king wherever he goes." The commanders of the units of 100 did just as Jehoiada the priest had ordered. Each one took his men and those who were going on duty on the Sabbath and those who were going off duty and came to Jehoiada the priest. They gave the commanders the spears and shields that belonged to King David that were on the temple of the Lord. The guards, each with his weapons in hand, stationed themselves around the king near the altar of the temple from the south side to the north side of the temple. Jehoiada brought out the king's son and put a crown on him and presented him with a copy of the covenant and proclaimed him king. They anointed him, and the people clapped their hands and shouted, "Long live the king." When Athaliah heard the noise outside made by the guards and the people, she went to the people of the temple of the Lord. She looked, and there was the king standing by the pillar, as the custom was. The officers and the trumpeters were beside the king, and all the people were rejoicing and blowing trumpets. Then Athaliah tore her robes and called out, "Treason! Treason!" Jehoiada the priest ordered the commanders of the units of hundreds who were in charge of the troops, "Bring her out between the ranks and put to the sword anyone who follows her." For the priest had said she must not be put to death. in the temple of the Lord. So they seized her, and she reached the place where the horses entered the palace grounds, and there she was put to death. Jehoiada then made a covenant between the Lord and the king and the people that they would be the Lord's people. He also made a covenant between the king and the people. All the people of the land went to the temple of Baal and tore it down. They smashed the altars and idols to pieces and killed Matan, the priest of Baal, in front of the altars. Then Jehoiada, the priest, posted the guards at the temple of the Lord. He took with him the commanders of hundreds, cards, and guards, and all the people of the land, and together they brought the king down from the temple of the Lord and went into the palace, entering by the way of the gate of the guards. Then the king then took his place on the royal throne, and all the people of the land rejoiced, and the city was quiet because Athaliah had slain with the sword at the palace. Joash was 7 years old when he began to crazy. In the 7th year of Jehu, Joash became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 40 years. His mother's name was Zibiah. She was from Beersheba. Joash did what was right in the eyes of the Lord all the years of Jehoiada the priest. All the years Jehoiada the priest instructed him. The high places, however, were not removed, and the people continued to offer sacrifices and burn incense there. Joash said to the priest, "Collect all the money that is brought as sacrifice offerings to the temple of the Lord, the money collected in the census, the money received from the personal vows, and the money brought voluntarily to the temple. Let every priest receive the money from one of their treasurers, and let it be used to repair whatever damage is found on the temple." By the 23rd year of King Joash, the priest still had not repaired the temple. Therefore, King Joash summoned Jehoiada the priest and the other priests and asked him, "Why aren't you repairing the damage done to the temple? Take no more money from the treasurers but hand it over for repairing the temple." The priests agreed that they would not collect any more money from the people and that they would not repair the temple themselves. Jehoiada the priest took a chest and bored a hole in its lid. He placed it beside the altar, and right as one enters the temple of the court of the Lord, the priest guarding the entrance put into the chest all the money that had been brought to the temple of the Lord. Whenever they saw that there was a large amount of money in the chest, the royal secretary and the high priest came, counted the money that had been brought into the temple of the Lord, and put it into bags. Then, when the amount had been determined, they gave the money to the men appointed to supervise the work of the temple. With it, they paid those who worked on the temple of the Lord, the carpenters and builders and masons and stonecutters. They purchased timbers and dressed stones for the repair of the temple of the Lord, and met all the expenses restoring the temple. The money brought into the temple was not spent for making silver basins, wick trimmers, sprinkling bowls, trumpets, or any other articles of gold simple for the temple of the Lord. It was paid to the workmen who used it to repair the temple. They did not require an accounting from those whom they gave the money to pay the workers because they acted with complete honesty. The money was the guilt offerings and sin offerings was not brought into the temple of the Lord. It belonged to the priests. About this time, Hazael, king of Aram, went up and attacked Gath and captured it. Then he turned to attack Jerusalem. But Joash, the king of Judah, took all the sacred objects and dedicated by his fathers, Jehoshaphat, Jehoram, and Ahaziah, the kings of Judah, and the gifts he himself had dedicated, and all the gold found in the treasuries of the temple of the Lord and the royal palace. He sent them to Hazael, king of Aram, who then withdrew from Jerusalem. As for the other events of the reign of Joash and all he did, are they not written about in the book and annals of the king of Judah? His officials conspired. Oh man, his officials conspired against him and assassinated him near Beth. The officials who murdered him were Josabad, son of Simeon, and Josabad, son of Simeon, and Jehozabad, son of Samar. He died and was buried with his fathers in the city of David, and Amaziah, his son, succeeded him as king. In the 23rd year, son of Joash, In the 23rd year of Joash, son of Ahaziah, the king of Judah, Jehoahaz, son of Jehu, became king of Israel and Samaria. He reigned 17 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord by following the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, which he had caused Israel to commit, and he did not turn away from them. So the Lord anger burned against Israel for a long time. He kept them under the power of Hazael, king of Aram, and Ben-Hadad, his son. Then Jehoahaz sought the Lord's favor, and the Lord listened to him, for he saw how severely the king of Aram was oppressing Israel. The Lord provided a deliverer for Israel, and they escaped from the power of Aram, so that the Israelites lived in their own homes as they did before, but they did not turn away from the sins of the house of Jeroboam, which he had caused Israel to commit. He continued in them. Also, the Asherah poles remained standing in Samaria. Nothing had been left of the army of Jehoahaz except for the 50 horsemen, 2 chariots, 10,000 foot soldiers. For the king of Aram had destroyed the rest and made them like dust on the threshing time. As for the other events and reign of Jehoahaz, all he did and all his achievements, are they not written about in the book and annals of the kings of Israel? Jehoahaz rested with his father and was buried in Samaria. And Jehoahaz, his son, succeeded him as king. In the 37th year of Joash, king of Judah, Jehoash, son of Jehoash, son of Jehoahaz, became the king of Israel and Samaria, and he reigned 16 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord and did not turn away from any of the sins Jeroboam, son of Nebat, which he caused Israel to commit. He continued them. As for the other events in the reign of Jehoahaz, all he did and all his achievements, including his war against Amaziah, king of Judah, are they not written about in the book and annals of the kings of Israel? Jehoash rested with his fathers, and Jeroboam succeeded him on the throne. Jehoahaz was buried in Samaria and with the kings of Israel. Now Elisha was suffering with an illness from which he died. Jehoash, the king of Israel, went down to see him and wept over him. My father, he cried, the chariots and horsemen of Israel. Elisha said, get a bow and some arrows, and so he did. Take the bow in your hands, he said to the king of Israel. When he had taken it, Elisha put his hands on the king's hands. Open the east window, he said, and he opened it. Shoot, Elisha said, and he shot. The Lord's arrow of victory, the arrow of victory over Aram, Elijah declared. You would completely destroy the Arameans at Aphek. Then he said, take the arrows, and the king took them. Elijah said, strike the ground. Strike the ground. He struck it 3 times and stopped. The man of God was angry with him and said, you should have struck the ground 5 or 6 times. Then you would have completely defeated Aram and completely destroyed it. But you now only defeated 3 times. Elisha died and was buried. Now Moabite raiders used to enter the country every spring. Once, while some of the Israelites were burying a man, suddenly they saw a band of raiders, so they threw the man's body into Elisha's tomb. When the body touched Elisha's bones, the man came to life and stood up on his feet. Hazael, the king of Aram, oppressed Israel throughout the reign of Jehoahaz. But the Lord was gracious to them and had compassion and showed concern for them because of his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. To this day, he has been unwilling to destroy them or banish them from his presence. Hazael, king of Aram, died, and Ben-Hadad, his son, succeeded him as king. Then Jehoahaz, son of Jehoahaz, recaptured from Ben-Hadad, son of Hazael, the towns that he had taken in battle from his father Jehoahaz. 3 times Jehoahaz defeated him and so recovered the Israelite towns. In the 2nd year of Jehoahaz, son of Jehoahaz, king of Israel, Amaziah, son of Joash, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 25 years old when he became king. He reigned in Jerusalem 29 years. His mother's name was Jehoiada. She was from Jerusalem. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, but not as his father David had done. In everything he followed the example of his father Joash. The high places, however, were not removed. The people continued to offer sacrifices and burn incense there. After the kingdom was firmly in his grasp, he executed the officials who had murdered his father the king, yet he did not put the sons of his assassins to death in accordance with what is written in the book of the law of Moses, where the Lord commanded, fathers shall not be put to death for their children, nor their children put to death for their fathers. Each will die for his own sins. He was the one who defeated 10,000 Edomites in the valley of Salt and captured the Zelle in the battle, calling it Jokdale, the name it has to this day. Then Amaziah sent messengers to Jehoahaz, son of Jehoahaz, the son of Jehu, king of Israel, with the challenge, come, meet me face to face. But Jehoash, king of Israel, replied to Amaziah, king of Judah, a thistle in Lebanon sent a message to a cedar in Lebanon, give your daughter to my son in marriage. Then a wild beast in Lebanon came along and trampled the thistle underfoot. You have indeed defeated Edom, and now you are arrogant. Glory, glory in your victory, but stay at home. Why ask for trouble and cause your own downfall and that of Judah also? Amaziah, however, would not listen, so Jehoash, king of Israel, attacked. He and Amaziah, the king of Judah, faced each other at Beth Shemesh in Judah. Judah was routed by Israel, and every man fled to his own home. Jehoash, king of Israel, captured Amaziah, king of Judah, the son of Joash, the son of Ahaziah, at Beth Shemesh. Then Jehoash went to Jerusalem and broke down the wall of Jerusalem from the Ephraim gate to the corner gate, a section about 600 feet long. He took all the gold and silver and articles he found in the temple of the Lord and his treasuries to the royal palace. He also took hostages and returned to Samaria. As for the other events in the reign of Jehoash and what he did and his achievement, including in his war against Amaziah, king of Judah, are they not written in the book and the annals of the kings of Israel? Jehoahaz rested with his fathers and was buried in Samaria for the kings of Israel, and Jeroboam his son succeeded him as king. Amaziah, son of Joash, king of Judah, lived for 15 years after the death of Jehoahaz, son of Jehoahaz, king of Israel. As for the other events of Amaziah's reign, are they not written in the book and annals of the kings of Judah? They conspired against him in Jerusalem, and he fled to Lachish, but they sent men after Lachish and killed him there. He was brought back by horse and buried in Jerusalem with his fathers in the city of David. Then all the people of Judah took Azariah, who was 16 years old, and made him king in place of his father Amaziah. He was the one who rebuilt Elath and restored it to Judah after Amaziah rested with his fathers. In the 15th year of Amaziah, son of Joash, king of Judah, Jeroboam, son of Joash, Jehoash, king of Israel, became king in Samaria. He reigned 41 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord and did not turn away from any of the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, which caused Israel to commit. He was the one who restored the boundaries of Israel of the Hamath to the sea of Arabah in accordance to the word of the Lord. The God of Israel has spoken through his servant Jonah, son of Amittai, the prophet of Gath-Hepher. The Lord had seen how bitterly everyone in Israel, whether slave or free, was suffering, and there was no one to help them. Since the Lord had not said he would, since the Lord had not said he would blot out the name of Israel from under the heaven, he saved them by the hand of Jeroboam, son of Jehoash. As for the other events of Jeroboam, reign on all he did and all his military achievement, including how he recovered Israel, both Damascus and Hamath, which belonged to Yadud, are they not written about in the book and annals of the kings of Israel? Jeroboam rested with his fathers, the kings of Israel, and Zechariah his son succeeded him as king. In the 27th year of Jeroboam, king of Israel, Azariah, son of Amaziah, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 16 years old when he became king. He reigned in Jerusalem 52 years. My gosh. His mother's name was Jecholiah. She was from Jerusalem. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father Amaziah had done in the high places, however, were not removed. The people continued to offer sacrifices and burn incense there. The Lord afflicted the king with leprosy until the day he died, and he lived in a separate house. Jotham, the king's son, had charged the palace and governed the people of the land. As for the other events of Azariah's reign and all he did, are they not written about in the book and annals of the kings of Judah? Azariah rested with his fathers and was buried near them in the city of David, and Jotham his son succeeded him as king. In the 38th year of Azariah, king of Judah, Zechariah, son of Jeroboam, became king of Israel and Samaria, and he reigned. Zechariah, son of Jeroboam, became king in Israel, and he reigned 6 months. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, as his fathers had done. He did not turn away from the sins of Jeroboam or the sons of Nebat, which he had caused Israel to commit. Shallum, son of Jabesh, conspired against Zechariah. He attacked him in front of the people and assassinated him and succeeded him as king. The other events of Zechariah's reign are written about in the book of annals of the kings of Israel. So the word of the Lord was spoken to Jehu has fulfilled. Your descendants will sit on the throne of Israel to the fourth generation. Shallum, son of Jabesh, became king in the 39th year of Uzziah, king of Judah. He reigned in Samaria 1 month. Then Menahem, son of Gadi, went from Tirzah up to Samaria. He attacked Shallum, son of Jabesh, in Samaria, assassinated him, and succeeded him as king. The other events of Shallum's reign and the conspiracy he led are written about in the books and annals of the kings of Israel. At that time, Menahem started out from Tirzah, attacked Tipsha and everyone in the city because they refused to open their gates. He sacked Tipsha and ripped open all the pregnant women. In the 39th year of Azariah, king of Judah, Menahem, son of Gadi, became king of Israel, and he reigned in Samaria 10 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord. During his entire reign, he did not turn away from the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, which he had caused Israel to commit. Then Pul, king of Assyria, invaded the land. Menahem gave him 1,000 talents of silver and grain to gain his support and strengthen his own hold of the kingdom. Menahem exacted this money from Israel. Every wealthy man had contributed 50 shekels of silver to be given to the kings of Assyria. So the kings of Assyria withdrew and stayed in the land no longer. As for the other events of Menahem and the reign of all he did, are they not written about in the book and annals of the kings of Israel? Menahem rested with his fathers, and Pekahiah his son succeeded him as king in the 50th year of Azariah, king of Judah. Pekahiah, son of Menahem, became king of Israel in Samaria, and he reigned 2 years. Pekahiah did evil in the eyes of the Lord. He did not turn away from the sins of Jeroboam, the sons of Nebat, in which he caused Israel to commit. One of his chief officers, Pekahiah, son of Remaliah, conspired against him, taking 50 men of Gilead with him. He assassinated Pekahiah, along with Arba and Ariah, the citadel of the royal palace of Samaria. So Pekahiah killed Pekahiah and succeeded him as king. The other events of Pekahiah's reign and all he did is written about in the book and annals of the kings of Israel. In the 52nd year of Azariah, king of Judah, Pekahiah, son of Remaliah, became king of Israel, and in Samaria he reigned 22 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord. He did not turn away from the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, which he had caused Israel to commit in the time of Pekahiah, king of Israel. Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, came and took Ijon, Abel, Beth, Makkah, Genoa, Kadesh, and Hazor. He took Gilead and Galilee, including all the lands of Naphtali, and deported the people of Assyria. Then Hosea, son of Elah, conspired against Pekah, son of Remaliah. He attacked him and assassinated him. Then he succeeded him as king in the 20th year of Jetham, son of Uzziah. As for the other events of Pekah's reign and all he did, are they not written about in the book and annals of the kings of Israel? In the second year of Pekah, Remaliah In the second year of Pekah, son of Remaliah, king of Israel, Jotham's son Uzziah, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 25 years old when he became king. He reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. His mother's name was Jerusha, daughter of Zadok. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father Uzziah had done. The high places, however, were not removed, and the people continued to offer sacrifices and burn incense there. Jotham rebuilt the upper gate of the temple of the Lord. As for the other events of Jotham's reign and what he did, are they not written about in the book and annals of the kings of Judah? In those days, the Lord began to send Rezin, king of Aram, and Pekah, son of Remaliah, against Judah. Jotham rested with his fathers and was buried with them in the city of David and the city of the father, and Ahaz, his own son, succeeded him as king. Whew. Okay. In the 17th year of Pekah, son of Remaliah, Ahaz, son of Jotham, king of Judah, began to reign. Ahaz was 20 years old when he became king, and 20 years old. Ahaz was 20 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. Unlike David, his father, he did not do what was right in the eyes of the Lord his God. He walked in the ways of the kings of Israel, and he even sacrificed his son in the fire, following the detestable ways of the nation the Lord had driven out from before Israelites. He offered sacrifices and burned incense at the high places, on the hilltops, under every spreading tree. Then Rezin, king of Aram, and Pekah, son of Remaliah, king of Israel, marched up in the fight against Jerusalem and besieged Ahaz. But they could not overpower him. At that time, Rezin, king of Aram, recovered alive for Aram by driving out the men of Judah. Edomites had moved into Elath and had lived there to this day. Ahaz sent messengers to say to Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, I am your servant and vassal. Come up and save me out of the hand of the king of Aram and the king of Israel, who are attacking me. And Ahaz took silver and gold from the temple of the Lord and treasuries of the royal palace and sent it as a gift of the king of Assyria. The king of Assyria compiled it by attacking Damascus and capturing it. He deported its inhabitants to Kir and put Rezin to death. Then King Ahaz went to Damascus to meet Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria. He saw an altar in Damascus and sent Uriah the priest a sketch of the altar with detailed plans for its construction. So Uriah the priest built an altar in accordance with all the plans of King Ahaz had sent from Damascus and finished it before King Ahaz returned. When the king came back from Damascus, he saw the altar. He approached it and presented offerings on it. He offered it up. He offered up burnt offerings and grain offerings and poured out his drink offering and sprinkled blood of the fellowship offering on the altar. The bronze altar that stood before the Lord he brought from the temple, in front of the temple, from between the new altar and the temple of the Lord. He put it on the north side of the new altar. King Ahaz then gave these orders to Uriah the priest. On the large altar, offer the morning burnt offering and the evening grain offering, the king burnt offering and his grain offering, and the burnt offering of all the people of the land, their grain offering and their drink offering. Sprinkle on the altar all the blood of the burnt offerings and sacrifices, but I will use the bronze altar for seeking guidance. And Uriah the priest did just as King Ahaz had ordered. King Ahaz took away the side panels and removed the basins of the movable stands. He removed the seat from the bronze bowls that supported it and set it on the stone base. He took away the Sabbath canopy that had been built at the temple and removed the royal entryway outside the temple of the Lord in deference to the king of Assyria. As for the other event of the reign of Ahaz and what he did, are they not written about in the book of annals of the king of Judah? Ahaz rested with his father and was buried with him in the city of David. And Hezekiah his son succeeded him as king. In the 12th year of Ahaz, king of Judah, Hosea, son of Elah, became king of Israel and Samaria. He reigned 9 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, but not like the kings of Israel who preceded him. Salmanassar, king of Assyria, came up to attack Hosea, who had been Salmanasar's vassal and had paid him tribute. But the king of Assyria discovered that Hosea was a traitor, for he sent envoys to So, king of Egypt, and he no longer paid tribute to the king of Assyria as he had done year by year. Therefore, Salmanasar seized him and put him in prison. The king of Assyria invaded the entire land, marched against Samaria, and laid siege to it for 3 years. In the 9th year of Hosea, king of Assyria, the king of Assyria captured Samaria and deported the Israelites to Assyria. He settled them in Halah and Gozan in the Habram River in the towns of Medes. All of this took place because the Israelites had sinned against the Lord their God, who had brought them out of Egypt from under the power of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. They worshiped other gods and followed the practices of the nations the Lord had driven out from before them, as well as the practices of the king of Israel had introduced. The Israelites secretly did things against the Lord their God that were not right. From the watchtower to the fortified cities, they built for themselves high places in all the towns. They set for themselves sacred stones and Asherah poles on every hill and under every spreading tree. At every high place they burned incense, as the nation to whom the Lord had driven out before them had done. They did wicked things that provoked the Lord's anger, and they worshiped idols, though the Lord had said, "You shall not do this." The Lord warned Israel and Judah through all his prophets and seers. Turn from your evil ways, observe my commands and decrees in accordance with the entire law that I commanded your father to obey, that I delivered you through my servant the prophets. But they would not listen and were stiff-necked as their fathers, who did not trust the Lord their God. They rejected his decrees and the covenant he made with their father and the warnings he had given them. They followed worthless idols in themselves and became worthless. They imitated the nations around them, and although the Lord had ordered them to not do as they do, they did the things the Lord had forbidden them to do. They forsook all the commands of the Lord their God and made for themselves 2 idols cast from the shape of the calf and the Asherah pole. They bowed down to all this starry host, and they worshipped Baal. They sacrificed their sons and daughters in the fire. They practiced divination and sorcery and sold themselves to do evil in the eyes of the Lord, provoking him in anger. So the Lord was very angry, and Israel removed from his presence. Only the tribe of Judah was left, and even Judah did not keep the commands of the Lord their God. They followed the practices Israel had introduced. Therefore, the Lord rejected all the people of Israel. He afflicted them and gave them into the hands of plunderers until he thrust them from his presence. When he tore Israel away from the house of David, they made Jeroboam, son of Nebat, their king. Jeroboam enticed Israel away from following the Lord and caused them to commit great sin. The Israelites persisted in all the sins of Jeroboam and did not turn away from it until the Lord removed them from his presence, and he had warned them through his servants, the prophets. So the people of Israel were taken away from their homeland into exile of Assyria, and they are still there. The king of Assyria brought people from Babylon, Kutha, Ava, Hamath, and Sepharvaim, and settled them in the towns of Samaria to replace the Israelites. They took over Samaria and lived in its towns. When they first lived there, they did not worship the Lord, so he sent lions among them, and they killed some of the people. It was reported to the king of Assyria, "The people you deported and resettled in the towns of Samaria do not know what the God of the country requires." He has sent lions among them, which are killing them off because the people do not know what he requires. Then the king of Assyria gave this order: have one of the priests you took captive from Samaria go back and live there and teach the people what God of the land requires. So one of the priests who had been exiled from Samaria came to live in Bethel and taught them how to worship the Lord. Nevertheless, each national group made its own gods in several towns where they settled and set them up. And shrines to the people of Samaria had made the high places. The men from Babylon made Succoth but not. The men from Cutha made Nagal, and the men from Hamath made Ashima. The Abites made Nibhaz and Tarkab, and the Sephirites, and burnt their children in the fire as sacrifices to Adromelech and Anamelech, the gods of the Sepharvaim. They worshipped the Lord, but they also appointed all sorts of their own people to officiate for them as priests in the shrines of the high places. They worshipped the Lord, but they also served their own gods in accordance to the customs of the nation from which they brought. To this day, they persist in their former practices. They neither worship the Lord nor adhere to the decrees of the ordinances and the laws and commands the Lord gave Israel. When the Lord made a covenant with the Israelites, he commanded them, do not worship any other gods or bow down, serve them, or sacrifice to them. But the Lord who brought you up out of Egypt, the mighty power and outstretched arm, is the one who you must worship. To him you shall bow down and make him offer sacrifices. You must always be careful to keep the decrees and ordinances, the laws and commands he wrote for you. Do not worship the other gods. Do not forget the covenant I have made for you, and do not worship the other gods. Rather, worship the Lord your God. It is he who would deliver you from the hand of all your enemies. They would not listen, however, but persisted in former practices. Even while these people were worshiping the Lord, they were serving their idols. To this day, their children and grandchildren continue to do as their fathers did. In the third year, Hosea, son of Elah, the king of Israel, Hezekiah, Ahaz, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 25 years old when he became king. He reigned in Jerusalem 29 years. His mother's name was Abijah, the daughter of Zechariah. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father David has done. He removed the high places, smashed the sacred stones, and cut down the Asherah poles. He broke into pieces the bronze snake Moses had made for up to the time of the Israelites had been burning incense to it. It was called Nehushtan. Hezekiah trusted the Lord, the God of Israel, and there was no one like him among all the kings of Judah, either before him or after him. He held fast to the Lord and did not cease to follow him. He kept the commands the Lord had given Moses, and the Lord was with him. He was successful in whatever he undertook. He rebelled against the king of Assyria and did not serve him. For the watchtower to the fortified city, he defeated the Philistines as far as Gaza and its territory. In King Hezekiah's fourth year, which was the seventh year of Hosea, son of Elah, king of Israel, Salmneser, king of Assyria, marched against Samaria and laid siege to it. At the end of 3 years, the Assyrians took it. So Samaria was captured in Hezekiah's sixth year, which was the ninth year of Hosea, king of Israel. The king of Assyria deported Israel to Assyria and settled them in Halah, in the Gozan of the Haber River, and the towns of the Medes. This happened because they did not obey the Lord their God, but violated his covenants, all that Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded. They neither listened to the commands nor carried them out. In the 14th year of King Hezekiah's reign, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, attacked all the fortified cities of Judah and captured them. So Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent this message to the king of Syria at Lachish: I have done wrong. Withdraw from me, and I will pay whatever you demand. The king of Assyria exacted from Hezekiah of Judah 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold. So Hezekiah gave him all the silver that was found in the temple of the Lord and the treasuries of the royal palace. At this time, Hezekiah, king of Judah, stripped off the gold which he had covered the doors and doorposts of the temple of the Lord, and gave it to the king of Assyria. The king of Assyria sent his supreme commander, his chief officer, and his field commander with a large army from Lachish to King Hezekiah at Jerusalem. They came up to Jerusalem and stopped up the aqueduct at the upper pool on the road at the Watchman Towers. They called for the king, and Elikam, son of Hilkiah, the palace administrator, and Sidna, the secretary, and Joah, the son of Ashaph, the recorder, went out to them. The field commander said to them, "Tell Hezekiah, this is what the great king of Assyria says. On what you are basing your on what are you basing this confidence of yours? You say that you have the strategy and military strength, but you speak only empty words. On whom are you depending that you rebel against me? Look now, you are depending on Egypt, that splintered reed of staff, which pierces a man's hand and wounds him if he leans on it. Such is the Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to all who depend on him. And if you say to me, we are depending on the Lord our God, isn't he the one whose high places and altars Hezekiah removed, saying to Judah and Jerusalem, you must worship before the altar in Jerusalem? Come now, make a bargain with my master king, as the king of Assyria. I will give you 2,000 horses if you can put riders on them. How can you repulse one officer of least of my master's officials, even though you are depending on Egypt for chariots and horsemen? Furthermore, have I come to attack or destroy this place without the word from the Lord? The Lord himself told me to march against this country and destroy it. And then Elkim, son of Hilkiah, and Shebna, and Shebna, and Joah said to the field commander, please speak to your servants in Aramaic, since we understand it. Don't speak to us in Hebrew, in the hearing of the people on the wall. But the commander replied, was it only to your master, or only to your master and you that my master sent me to say these things, and not to the men sitting on the wall, who, like you, will have to eat their own filth and drink their own urine? Then the commander stood and called out in Hebrew, hear the words of the great king of Assyria. This is what the king says. Do not let Hezekiah deceive you. He cannot deliver you from my hand. Do not let Hezekiah persuade you to trust in the Lord when he says the Lord will surely deliver us. Do not listen to Hezekiah. This is what the king of Assyria says. Make peace with me and come out. Then every one of you will eat from his own vine and fig tree. A land of Do not listen to Hezekiah. This is what the king of Assyria says. Make peace with me and come out to me. Then every one of you will eat from his own vine and fig tree and drink water from his own cistern until I come and take you to a land like your own, a land of grain and wine, a land of bread and vineyards, a land of olive trees and honey. Choose life and not death. Do not listen to Hezekiah, for he is misleading you when he says the Lord will deliver us. Oops. Lord will deliver us. Has the God of any nation ever delivered his land from the hand of the king of Assyria? Where are the gods of Where's the Where are the gods of Hamath and Arphat? Where are the gods of Sepharvaim, Hena, and Eva? Have they rescued Samaria from my hand? Who of all the gods of these countries has been able to save his land from me? How then can the Lord deliver Jerusalem from my hand? But the people remained silent and said nothing in reply, because the king commanded them to not answer him. Then Eliakim, son of Hilkiah, and the palace administrator, Shebna the secretary, and Joram the son of Ashaph, and the recorder went to Hezekiah with their clothes torn and told him what the field commander said. When King Hezekiah heard this, he tore his clothes and put on sackcloth and went to the temple of the Lord. He sent to Eliakim, the palace administrator, and Shebna, the secretary, and the leading priest, all wearing sackcloth, to the prophet Isaiah. Let's go, Isaiah, the son of Amoz. They said to him, This is what Hezekiah says. This is a day of distress and rebuke and disgrace. And when children come to the point of birth and there is no strength to deliver them, it may be that the Lord the God will hear all the words of the field commander, of whom my master the king of Assyria has sent them to ridicule the living God, that he will rebuke him for the words that the Lord your God has heard. Therefore pray for the remnant that still survives. When King Hezekiah's official came to Isaiah, Isaiah said to them, "Tell your master this is what the Lord says. Do not be afraid of what you have heard. Those words with which the underlings of the king of Assyria have blasphemed. Listen, I am going to put such a spirit in him that he who hears a certain report, he will return to his own country, and there I will have him cut down by the sword." When the field commander heard that the king of Assyria had left Lachish, he withdrew and found the king fighting against Libnah. Now Sennacherib received report that Tir-Haka, the Cushite king of Egypt, was marching out to fight against him. So he again sent messengers to Hezekiah with this word: "Say to Hezekiah, king of Judah, do not let the God you depend on deceive you when he says Jerusalem will not be handed over to the king of Assyria. Surely you have heard what the kings of Assyria have done to all the countries, destroying them completely. And will you be delivered? Did the gods of the nations that were destroyed from our forefathers deliver them? The gods of Gozan, Haran, Rizah, and the people of Eden who were in Tel Assar? When the king of Hamath, the king of Appai, and the king of the city of Sepharvaim or Hena at Elam, Hezekiah received the letter from the messenger and read it. Then he went up to the temple of the Lord and spread it out before the Lord. And Hezekiah prayed to the Lord, "O Lord, God of Israel, enthroned between the cherubim, you alone are the God over the kingdom of the earth. You have made the heaven and the earth. Give ear, O Lord, and hear. Open your eyes, O Lord, and see. Listen to the words of Sennacherib has sent to insult the living God. It is true, O Lord, that the Assyrian kings have laid waste these nations and their lands, and have thrown their gods into the fire and destroyed them, for they were not gods, but only wood and stone, fashioned by men's hand. Now, O Lord, our God, deliver us from his hand, so that all the kings of the earth may know that you alone, O Lord, are God." Then Isaiah son of Amoz sent a message to Hezekiah. "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. I have heard your prayer concerning Sennacherib, king of Assyria. This is the word the Lord has spoken against him. The virgin daughter of Zion despises you and mocks you. The daughter of Jerusalem tosses her head as you flee. Who is it that you have insulted and blasphemed? Against whom have you raised your voice and lifted your eyes in pride? Against the Holy One of Israel? By your messengers you have heaped insult on the Lord, and you have said, with my many chariots I have ascended the heights of the mountains, the utmost heights of Lebanon. I have cut down the tallest of cedars and the choicest of pines. I have reached its remotest parts and the finest of forests. I have dug wells in the foreign lands and have drunk the water there. With the soles of my feet I have dried up all the streams of Egypt. Have you not heard? Long ago I ordained it. In the days of old I planned it. Now I have brought it to pass that you have turned fortified cities into piles of stone. Their people drained of power and dismayed and put to shame. They are like plants in the field, like tender green shoots, the grass sprouting on the roof scorched before it grows up. But I know where you stay, and when you come and when you go, and how you rage against me. Because you rage against me, and your insolence has reached my ears, I will put my hook in your nose and my bit in your mouth, and I will make you return by the way you came. This is a sign for you, O Hezekiah. This year you will eat what grows by itself. The second year is what springs from that. In the third year, sow and reap and plant vineyards and eat their fruit. Once more, a remnant of the house of Judah will take root below and bear fruit above. For out of Jerusalem will come a remnant, on the Mount Zion a band of survivors. The zeal of the Lord Almighty will accomplish this. Therefore, this is what the Lord says concerning the king of Assyria: He will not enter the city or shoot an arrow here. He will not come before it with his shield or build a siege ramp against it. By the way that he will come, he will return. He will not enter the city, declares the Lord. I will defend the city and save it, for my sake and for the sake of David, my servant. That night the angel of the Lord went out and put to death 185,000 men of the Assyrian camp. When the people got up the next morning, there were all the dead bodies. So Sennacherib, king of Assyria, broke camp and withdrew. He returned to Nineveh and stayed there. One day, while he was worshiping in the temple of the god of Nisroch, his sons Adrammelech and Sharezer cut him down with the sword, and they escaped to the land of Ararat. And Esarhaddon, his son, succeeded him as king. In those days, Hezekiah became ill and was to the point of death. The prophet Isaiah, son of Amoz, went to him and said, "This is what the Lord says: Put your house in order, because you are going to die. You will not recover." Hezekiah turned his face to the wall and prayed to the Lord. "Remember, O Lord, how I walked before you faithfully with wholehearted devotion and have done what is good in your eyes." And Hezekiah wept bitterly. Before Isaiah had left the middle of the court, the word of the Lord came to him. "Go back and tell Hezekiah, the leader of my people, this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, your father David says: I have heard your prayer and seen your tears. I will hear you. On the third day from now, you will go up to the temple of the Lord. I will add 15 years to your life. And I will deliver you and this city from the hand of the king of Assyria. I will defend the city for my sake and the sake of my servant David." Then Isaiah said, "Prepare the poultice of figs." And they did so and applied it to the boil, and he recovered. Hezekiah had asked Isaiah, "What will be the sign that the Lord will heal me, and that I will go up to the temple of the Lord on the third day from now?" Isaiah answered, "This is the Lord's sign to you, that the Lord will do what he has promised. Shall the shadow go forward 10 steps, or make it go backward 10 steps? It is a simple matter to make the shadow go forward 10 steps, said Hezekiah. Rather, have it go back 10 steps. Then the prophet Isaiah called upon the Lord, and the Lord made the shadow go back 10 steps, and it had gone down the stairway of Ahaz. At that time, Merodach, Baladan, son of Baladan, king of Babylon, sent Hezekiah a letter and a gift because he heard of Hezekiah's illness. Hezekiah received the messengers and showed him all that was in his storehouses, the silver, the gold, and the spices, and the fine oils, his army, everything found among his treasuries. There was nothing in his palace or in all his kingdom that Hezekiah did not show them. Then Isaiah the prophet went to King Hezekiah and said, "What did those men say, and where did they come from?" "From a distant land," Hezekiah replied. "They came from Babylon." The prophet asked, "What did they see in your palace?" "They saw everything in my palace." Hezekiah said, "There is nothing among my treasuries that I did not show them." Then Isaiah said to Hezekiah, "Hear the word of the Lord. The time will surely come when everything in your palace and all that your fathers have stored up until this day will be carried off to Babylon. Nothing will be left, says the Lord. And some of your descendants, your own flesh and blood, that will be born to you will be taken away, and they will become eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babylon. The word of the Lord you have spoken is good," Hezekiah replied, for he thought, "Will there not be peace and security in my lifetime?" As for the other events of Hezekiah and all his achievements, how he made the pool and the tunnel by which he brought water into the city, are they not written in the book of annals of the kings of Judah? Hezekiah rested with his fathers, and Manasseh succeeded him as king. Manasseh was 12 years old when he became king. He reigned in Jerusalem 55 years. His mother's name was Hephzibah. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, following the detestable practices of the nation the Lord had driven out before the Israelites. He rebuilt the high places for his father Hezekiah had destroyed, he erected altars to Baal and made an Asherah pole of Ahab, king of Israel, as Ahab, king of Israel, had done. As Ahab, king of Israel, had done, he bowed down to all the starry hosts and worshipped them. He built altars in the temple of the Lord, of which the Lord had said, "In Jerusalem the I will put my name." In both courts of the temple of the Lord, he built altars to all the starry hosts. He sacrificed his own son, and then fire practiced sorcery and divination, and consulted mediums and spiritists. He did much evil in the eyes of the Lord, provoking him to anger. He took the carved Asherah pole he had made and put it in a tabernacle of which the Lord had said to David and his son Solomon, "In this temple in Jerusalem, of which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, I will put my name forever. I will not again make the feet of the Israelites wander from the land I gave their forefathers. If only they would be careful to do everything I commanded them, and will keep the whole law my servant Moses keep if only they will be careful to do everything I commanded them, and will keep the whole law that my servant Moses gave them." But the people did not listen. Manasseh led them astray, so that they did more evil than the nations the Lord had destroyed before the Israelites. Then the Lord said through his servant the prophets, "Manasseh, king of Judah, has committed these detestable sins. He has done more evil than the Amorites who preceded him. He has led Judah into sin with his idols. Therefore, this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says: I'm going to bring such disaster in Jerusalem and Judah that the ears of everyone who hears of it will tingle. I will stretch out over Jerusalem a measuring line used against Samaria and the plumb line used against the house of Ahab. I will wipe out Jerusalem as one wipes a dish, wiping it and turning it upside down. I will forsake the remnant of my inheritance and hand them over to their enemies. They will be looted and plundered by all their forces, because they have done evil in my eyes and have provoked me and angered from the day of their forefathers into anger from the day the forefathers came out of Egypt until this day. Moreover, Manasseh will also shed much innocent blood, that he filled Jerusalem from end to end, besides the sin that he had caused Judah to commit, so that they did evil in the eyes of the Lord. As for the other events of Manasseh and all he did, including the sin he had committed, are they not read about in the book and annals of the king? And Manasseh reported and rested with his fathers, and was buried in his palace garden, the garden of Uzzah. And Amon, his son, succeeded him as king. Amon was 22 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 22 years. And he reigned in Jerusalem 2 years. His mother's name was Meshulameth, daughter of Haruz. She was from Jot, but she did evil in the eyes of the Lord, as his father Manasseh had done. He walked in all the ways of his father. He worshipped idols of his father and had worship and bowed down to him. He forsook the Lord, the God, and his father, and he did not walk in the way of the Lord. Among the officials conspired against him and assassinated the king in his palace. Then the people of the land, killed all who plotted against King Amon, and they made Josiah his son king in his place. As for the other events of Amon's reign and what he did, are they not written about in the annals of the kings of Judah? He is buried in his grave in the garden of Uzzah, and Josiah his son succeeded him as king. Josiah was 8 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 31 years. His mother name was Jedediah, daughter of Adadiah. She was from Boskid. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, and walked in all the ways of his father David, not turning to the right or to the left. In the 18th year of his reign, King Josiah sent the secretary Shaphan, son of Azaliah, the son of Meshullam. Azaliah, the son of Meshullam, to the temple of the Lord. He said, "Go up to Hilkiah the high priest and have him get ready the money that he has brought into the temple of the Lord, which the doorkeepers have collected the people from the people, have them entrust it to the men appointed to supervise the work in the temple, and have the men pay the workers who repair the temple, the carpenters, the builders, and the masons, and also have them purchase timber and dress stone to repair the temple. But they need not account for the money entrusted to them because they acting faithfully. Hilkiah the high priest said to Shaphan the secretary, I have found the book of the law. I have found the book of the law in the temple of the Lord. He gave it to Shaphan, who read it. Then Shaphan the secretary went out to the king and reported to him, your officials have paid out the money that was in the temple of the Lord and have entrusted it to the workers and the supervisors of the temple. Then Shaphan the secretary informed the king, Hilkiah the priest has given me a book, and Shaphan read from it in the presence of the king. When the king heard the words of the book of the law, he tore his robes. He gave these orders to Hilkiah the priest, and Alkiam son of Shaphan, Akbor son of Milkiah, Shaphan secretary, and Isaiah the king's attendant. Go and inquire of the Lord for me and for the people and for all Judah about what is written in this book that has been found. Great is the Lord's anger that burns against us because our fathers have not obeyed the words of this book. They have not acted in accordance with all that is written there concerning us. Hilkiah the priest, Alkiam, Akbor, Shaphan, Isaiah went to speak with the prophetess Hoda, who was the wife of Shalom, son of Tikva, the son of Harhas, the keeper of the wardrobe. She lived in Jerusalem in the second district. She said to them, this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Tell the man who sent you to me, this is what the Lord says. I'm going to bring disaster on this place and its people, according to everything written in the book of the king of Judah has read, because they have forsaken me and burned incense to other gods and provoked me to anger by all kinds of angers in their hands have made. My anger will burn against this place and will not be quenched. Tell the king of Judah who sent you to inquire of the Lord, this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says concerning the words you have heard, because your heart was responsive and you humbled yourself before the Lord when you heard and what I have spoken against this place and its people, that they would become cursed and laid to waste, because you tore your robes and wept in my presence. I have heard you, declares the Lord. Therefore, I will gather you to your fathers, and you will be buried in peace. Your eyes will not see all the disaster I'm going to bring on this place. So they took her answers back to the king. Then the king called together all of the elders of Judah and Jerusalem. He went up to the temple of the Lord with the men of Judah and the people of Jerusalem and the priests and the prophets and all the people from the least to the greatest. And he read, and they are hearing all the words of the book of the covenant, which have been found in the temple of the Lord. The king stood by the pillar and renewed the covenant in the presence of the Lord, to follow the Lord and keep his commands and regulations and decrees with all his heart and with all his soul, and thus confirming the words of the covenant written in the book. Then all the people pledged themselves to the covenant. The king ordered Hilkiah, the high priest, and priests next in rank and doorkeepers to remove the temple of the Lord. All the articles made from Baal, Asherah, and all the starry hosts, he burnt them outside of Jerusalem in the fields of Kidron, and took the ashes to Bethel. He did away with the pagan priests appointed by the kings of Judah to burn incense on the high places and towns of Judah and those around Jerusalem, and those who burnt incense to Baal, on to the sun and moon, and to the constellations, and to all the starry hosts. He took the Asherah pole from the temple of the Lord at the Kidron Valley outside of Jerusalem and burnt it there. He ground to powder and scattered the dust over the graves of the common people. He also tore down the quarters of male shrine postures which were in the temple of the Lord, and where the women did weaving for Asherah. Josiah brought all the priests from the towns of Judah and desecrated the high places from Geba to Beersheba, where the priests had burnt incense. He broke down the shrines at the gates, at the entrance of the gate of Joshua, and the city governor, which is on the left of the city gate. And although the priests in the high places did not serve at the altar of the Lord in Jerusalem, they ate unleavened bread with their fellow priests. He desecrated the top fef, which had which was in the valley of Ben Haman, so no one could use it to sacrifice his son or daughter in the fire of Molech. He removed from the entrance of the temple of the Lord the horses and the kings of Judah had dedicated to the sun. There they were in a court near the room of the official named Nathan Melech. Josiah then burned the chariots dedicated to the sun. He put down the altars of the king of Judah and had erected in the roof of the upper room of Ahaz, and the altars of Manasseh had built in 2 courts of the temple of the Lord. He removed from there, smashed them to pieces, and threw rubble into the Kidron Valley. The king also desecrated the high places that were east of Jerusalem on the south of the hill country, south of the hill of corruption, the one Solomon, king of Israel, had built the Asherah, built for Asheroth, the vile goddess of the Sidonians, for Chemosh, the vile god of Moab, and Molech, the detestable god of the people of Ammon. Josiah smashed the sacred stones, cutting down the Asherah poles, and covered the sites with human bones. Even the altar of Bethel, the high place made by Jeroboam, son of Nebat, who had caused all of Israel to sin, even that altar and high place he demolished. He burnt down the high place to the ground and ground it to powder, and burnt the Asherah pole also. Then Josiah looked around, and he saw that the tombs that were there on the hillside he had the bones removed from them and burnt on the altar to defile it. But in accordance with the word of the Lord proclaimed by the man of God who foretold these things, the king asked, "What is the tombstone I see here?" The men of the city said, "It marks the tomb of the man of God who came from Judah and pronounced against the altar of Bethel the very things you have done. Leave it alone," he said. "Don't let anyone disturb his bones." So they spared his bones and those of the prophet who had come from Samaria. Just as he had done at Bethel, Josiah removed and defiled all the shrines of the high places that the kings of Israel had built in the towns of Samaria that had provoked the Lord's anger. Josiah slaughtered all the priests of those high places on their altars and burnt human bones on them. Then he went back to Jerusalem. The king gave this order to all the people: celebrate the Passover to the Lord your God, as is written in the book of the covenant, not since the days of the judges who had led Israel, nor throughout the days of the kings of Israel and the kings of Judah had any such Passover been observed. But in the 18th year of King Josiah, the Passover was celebrated to the Lord in Jerusalem. Furthermore, Josiah got rid of the medium spiritists and their household gods and the idols and all the detestable things seen in Judah and Jerusalem. This he did to fulfill the requirements of the law written in the book of Hilkiah the priest and discovered in the temple of the Lord. Neither before nor after Josiah was there a king like him who turned to the Lord as he did. Nevertheless, the Lord did not turn away from the heat of his fierce anger, which burned against Judah, because of all that Manasseh had done to provoke him his anger. So the Lord said, "I will remove Judah also from my presence, as I removed Israel, and I will reject Jerusalem, the city I chose, and this temple about which I said, there shall be my name. There shall my name be." As for the other events of Josiah's reign and all he did, are they not written about in the book and annals of the kings of Judah? While Josiah was king, Pharaoh Necho, the king of Egypt, went out to the Euphrates rivers to help the king of Assyria. King Josiah marched out to meet him in battle, but Necho faced him and killed him at Megiddo. Josiah's servants brought his body in the chariot from Megiddo to Jerusalem and buried him in his own tomb. And the people of the land took Jehoahaz, son of Josiah, and anointed him and made him king in place of his father. Jehoahaz was 23 years old when he became king, and he reigned over Jerusalem 3 months. His mother name was Hamutiel, daughter of Jeremiah. She was from Libnah. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, just as his fathers had done. Pharaoh Necho put him in chains in Riblah in the land of Hamath, so that he may not reign in Jerusalem. And he imposed on Judah a levy of 100 talents of silver and talent of gold. Pharaoh Necho made Eliakim, son of Josiah, king in place of his father Josiah. Necho made Eliakim, son of Josiah, king in place of his father Josiah, and changed Eliakim's name to Jehoiakim. But he took Jehoahaz and carried him off to Egypt, and there he died. Jehoiakim paid Pharaoh Necho the silver and gold he demanded. In order to do so, he taxed the land. He taxed the land exact. He taxed the land and exacted the silver and gold from the people of the land according to their assessments. Jehoiakim was 25 years old when he became king of Israel, and he reigned in Jerusalem 11 years. His mother's name was Zebedah, daughter of Padiah. She was from Rumah. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord. Ooh, I guess I reached my limit over there. Oh well. Just as his father had done, Jehoiakim's reign. And it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh my goodness. Just as his father did. Then Jehoiakim's reign, Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, invaded the land, and Jehoiakim became his vassal for 3 years. But then he changed his mind and rebelled against Nebuchadnezzar. The Lord sent Babylonian, Aramean, and Moabite and Ammonite raiders against him. He sent them to destroy Judah in accordance with the word the Lord proclaimed by his servants the prophets. Surely these things happened in Judah according to the Lord command, in order to remove from them his presence because of the sins of Manasseh and all he had done, including the shedding of innocent blood. For he had filled Jerusalem with innocent blood, and the Lord was not willing to forgive. As for the events of Jehoiakim's reign and all he did, are they not written about in the book and annals of the kings of Judah? Jehoiakim rested with his fathers, and Jehoiachin his son succeeded him as king. And the king of Egypt did not march out from his own country again, because the king of Babylon had taken his territory from the Wadi of Egypt and the Euphrates River. Jehoiakim was 18 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 3 months. His mother's name was Nehushti, daughter of Elinathan, and she was from Jerusalem. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father had done. At the time, the officer of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, advanced to Jerusalem and laid siege to it, and Nebuchadnezzar himself came up to the city while his officers were besieging it. Jehoiakim, the king of Judah, said to his mother and attendants, his nobles, and his officials, and all who surrendered to him, in the 8th year of reign of the king of Babylon, he took Jehoiakim prisoner, and the Lord declared Nebuchadnezzar removed all the treasuries from the temple of the Lord and the royal palace, and took away the gold articles from Solomon, king of Israel, had made for the temple of the Lord. He carried into exile all of Jerusalem, all the officers, fighting men, and all the craftsmen and artisans, a total of 10,000. Only the poorest people of the land were left. Nebuchadnezzar took Jehoiakim and captive to Babylon. He also took from Jerusalem to Babylon the king's mother, his wives, his officials, the leading men of the land. The king of Babylon also deported to Babylon the entire force of 7,000 fighting men, strong and fit for war, and 1,000 craftsmen and artisans. He made Mattaniah, Jehoiakim's uncle, king in place, and changed his name to Zedekiah. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he became king. He reigned in Jerusalem 11 years. His mother's name was Hamutal, daughter of Jeremiah, and she was from Libnah. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, just as Joachim had did. It was because of the Lord's anger that all this had happened to Jerusalem and Judah in the presence. That happened to Jerusalem and Judah, and in the end, he thrust them from his presence. Now Zedekiah rebelled against the king of Babylon. So in the 9th year of Zedekiah's reign, and the 10th day of the 10th month, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, marched against Jerusalem with his whole army. He encamped outside the city, built sea works all around it, and the city was kept under siege until the 11th year of King Zedekiah. By the 9th day of the 4th month, the famine in the city had become so severe that there was no food for the people to eat. Then the city wall was broken through, and the army fled at night through the gate between the two walls near the king's garden, though the Babylonians were surrounding the city. They fled towards Arabah, but the Babylonian army pushed the king and overtook him in the plains of Jericho, and all his soldiers separated from him and scattered, and he was captured. He was taken to the king of Babylon in Riblah, and where sentence was pronounced on him. They killed the sons of Zedekiah before his eyes. Then they put out his eyes and bound him with bronze shackle and took him to Babylon. On the seventh day, in the fifth month, in the 19th year of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, the Nebuzaradan, commander of the imperial guard, and his official and kings of Babylon, came to Jerusalem. He set fire to the temple of the Lord, the royal palace, and all the houses of Jerusalem. In every important building he burnt down. The whole Babylonian army, under the commander of the imperial guard, broke down the walls of Jerusalem. Nebuchadnezzar, the commander of the guard, carried into exile the people who remained in the city, along with those of the populace and those who had gone over to the king of Babylon. But the commander left behind some of the poorest people of the land to work the vineyards and the field. The Babylonians broke up the bronze pillars and movable stands and the bronze sea that were in the temple of the Lord, and carried the bronze to Babylon. They also took away the pots and shovels and wick trimmers, the dishes, and all the articles used in the temple service. The commander of the imperial guard took away the censers and sprinkling bowls and all that were made of pure gold, the bronze from the two pillars and the sea and movable stands from which Solomon had made for the temple of the Lord was more than could be weighed. Each pillar was 27 feet high. The bronze capital on the top of the pillar was 4.5 feet high and was decorated with a network of pomegranates and bronze all around. The other pillar with its network was similar. The commander of the guard took the prisoner of Sariah and the chief priest, Zephaniah, and the priest next in rank, and 3 doorkeepers. Of those still in the city, he took the officer in charge of fighting men and 5 royal advisors. He took the secretary, who was chief officer in charge of constructing the people of the land, and 60 of his men who found in the city. Nebuchadnezzar, the Nebuzaradan, the commander, took them and brought them to the king of Babylon at Riblah. There at Riblah, at the land of Hamath, the king had them executed. So Judah went into captivity away from her land. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, appointed Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, to be over the people he had left behind in Judah. When all the army of officers and their men heard that the king of Babylon had appointed Gedaliah over governor, they came to Gedaliah at Mishpah. Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, Johanan, son of Kareah, Sariah, son of Tanhumeth, at the Nethophadite, Jazaniah, son of Machazadite, and their men. Gedaliah took an oath and to reassure them and their men, "Do not be afraid of the Babylonian officials," he said. "Settle down in the land and serve the king of Babylon, and it will go well with you." In the 7th month, however, Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, the son of Elishama, who was of royal blood, came with 10 men and assassinated Gedaliah and also the men of Judah and the Babylonians who were with him in Mizpah. At this, all the people in Israel, from least to greatest, together with the army officers, fled to Egypt for fear of the Babylonians. In the 37th year of exile, Joachim, king of Judah, in the year of evil Merodach, became the king of Babylon. He released Jehoiakim from prison on the 27th day of the 12th month. He spoke kindly to him and gave him a seat of honor higher than those of the other kings who were with him in Babylon. And so Jehoiakim put aside his prison clothes for the rest of his life and ate regularly at the king's table. Day by day, the king gave Jehoiakim regular allowance as long as he lived. Woo! It is break time. We have just finished 2 Kings. Oh, that was an amazing read. That was really good. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I love you guys so much. Thanks for being here with me. I can't state that enough. I truly do appreciate the support and the love you guys have been given. Love you, love you, love you. And we shall continue on with this marathon. When you think about me, please pray for me, because I truly do feel that is how I got through this current reading. Just you guys' prayer. So thank you so much. I love y'all, and I will see you soon enough.